Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is Thursday, December 5th, 2019. The time is just after 9:00 a.m. and we are meeting in the hearing board room in Diamond Bar. We have two matters on the calendar for today, and we're going to take them in the order in which they appear on the calendar. The first will be the City of San Bernardino Municipal Water Department, case number 6124-1, for a status report, our yearly status report, the first one, I believe, and modification extension if necessary. And who is representing the City of San Bernardino today?
Allison Ackerman.
Thank you, Ms. Ackerman. And who is representing the Executive Officer today?
Sherry Hanizavara on behalf of the Executive Officer.
Good morning, Ms. Hanizavara. Okay, can I ask, just so that those who are here for the second matter will have some idea of how long it might take. Ms. Ackerman, do you know how long your affirmative status case might take today?
Our affirmative case will take approximately 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Hanizavara, do you have anything affirmative that you wish to present?
No affirmative witnesses on the district's end.
Okay, so the matter will probably go till about 10 o'clock. So let's call it for no earlier than that. Okay, thank you. Okay, so in this matter of the City of San Bernardino, anyone who wishes to testify, give evidence today, please rise now to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. I should mention for this matter and for anyone who remains from the second matter that we are a 4-member board today. Unfortunately, our doctor member is not here today, and we do not have an alternate at this time. So hopefully we will not be any split decisions today. With that, Ms. Ackerman, would you like to present an opening statement?
Please. Good morning, Madam Chair, hearing board members. I'm Allison Ackerman with the law firm Somack, Simmons & Dunn, and I represent the City of San Bernardino Municipal Water Department. On December 20th, 2018, this hearing board unanimously granted the department a variance from District Rule 1110.2, which in relevant part regulates emissions from biogas-fueled internal combustion engines. The department has 5 digester gas internal combustion engines at the water reclamation plant, which is located at 399 Chandler Place. The variance expires on September 1st, 2021, and includes increments of progress, which serve as milestones tracking the department's progress in implementing the digester gas beneficial use program, through which it will achieve compliance with Rule 1110.2. One of those increments of progress is a status hearing, which is why we're here today. The department's primary witness is Mr. Kevin Stewart, the Director of Water Reclamation at the Water Reclamation Plant, and he has prepared a presentation summarizing the department's progress in implementing the digester gas beneficial use program that will bring the plant into compliance. We have other department staff with us today in the event the hearing board asks any questions requiring their relevant areas of expertise. Those include Marissa Flores Acosta, Environmental Supervisor for the Water Department, Joseph Hanford, Water Reclamation Operations Superintendent, and Travis Mendenhall, Water Reclamation Maintenance Superintendent. And all of these witnesses were sworn in this morning. The department has timely completed all increments of progress stated in the variance and is on track with its September 1, 2021 compliance date and does not seek any modifications to the variance.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ackerman. Ms. Hanizavara, your opening statement, if you wish to give one.
Good morning, Chairwoman Prusak and members of the board. The district has been satisfied with the city's progress with respect to the increments of progress thus far, and so we look forward to hearing the facility's presentation this morning.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ackerman, you may present Mr. Stewart.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kevin Stewart, last name Stewart.
And were you sworn in as a witness this morning?
Yes, I was.
And are you aware that you're testifying under oath?
Yes, I am.
What is your position with the City of San Bernardino Municipal Water Department?
Director of Water Reclamation.
And have you prepared a PowerPoint presentation that provides background for the new hearing board members regarding the basis for the variance and describes the work that the department has performed over the last year since the variance took effect?
I do.
With that foundation, please begin your PowerPoint, and after which you may answer any questions from the hearing board members.
I am going to mark the PowerPoint presentation since we've all, thank you, received a copy of it. I believe we're up to number 15. We are going to mark the PowerPoint presentation as Exhibit 15, and we might as well. We also received a very helpful, summary, the status hearing summary report, and let's mark that as well. I know it was filed, but let's mark it as Exhibit number 16. And you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, hearing board members, for hearing us today and providing us the opportunity to present our annual status update. We appreciate your consideration, and that's deeply appreciated. Thank you. Today, we're here to present the department's annual status hearing on the case number listed there. The topics I intend to cover today, a little bit of background on the city and department for the benefit of those board members who weren't here with us last year, along with some case history and why we're here today. I will keep it.
I'm sorry, that just reminds me. I wanted to make sure that Ms. Verdugo Peralta, just so that we have it on the record, you are prepared today. You did review the background for this matter. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Not a problem. Thank you. As well as a summary update on the digester gas beneficial use program. This will be very summary level. It won't go into the level of detail we covered last year. Also, we'll cover the increments of progress as well as our ongoing reporting and notification to the district. Brief background on the city of San Bernardino. We're approximately 40 miles from here in Diamond Bar. The population is roughly 210,000, so we're a relatively large city. The 17th largest in the state and 100th largest in the country. Our size is roughly 62 square miles. We do cover a unique service area that covers a wide change in elevation, 100% groundwater. The governing structure of the city, we recently changed in 2016 from a strong mayor format of government to a council manager format of government, and so the charter still does approve the separation, the semi-autonomous nature of the department, and I'll get into that in just a moment. The City of San Bernardino residents are largely economically disadvantaged. We are designated by a number of different entities as an economically disadvantaged community. The figure there indicates in red the portions of the community that are designated that. The median household income in the city is just over $38,000, while in the state the median household income is nearly $64,000. And what really impacts our ability to push forward different projects and things is that a great majority of our city are renters, more than 60%. And so there's not that stake of ownership that other cities have. And so that presents some difficulty. But the department maintains a semi-autonomous separation from the city of San Bernardino proper. So even though they were in bankruptcy and eventually emerged from that, we've always maintained a separate financial structure and a very sound financial management of our system all the way back to 1905. We provide essential public services to 360,000 people, not only in our own service area, indicated there on the figure in blue, but also wastewater treatment services for the areas of East Valley Water District and the city of Loma Linda, indicated in red and green there on that figure. Specifically, the services that we provide are potable water treatment and distribution, so the clean water side, as well as wastewater collection, or the sewer side, and the wastewater treatment, which is what we're here to talk about today. The focus of the department, we are 100% ratepayer funded, and as such, we have our water board that governs over us, and they have adopted mission statements and things that really talk about balance, which is what that picture is there to show. The things that we balance to meet the needs of the community by providing sustainable, high-quality water supply and wastewater services in the most professional, environmentally responsible, and cost-effective manner possible. And each of those things are weighted equally, so we can't do one at the expense of the other. We are committed to implementing renewable energy and demonstration projects with a focus on energy management. And that brings me to our next slide. Before the petition was granted, certainly we have the 5 internal combustion engines that are digester gas fueled that are unable to meet the rule emission limits for which we sought the variance. But that wasn't the first, or this isn't the first project that we've worked on. We worked from 2012 to 2018 on a partnership project on the POGT, or partial oxidation gas turbine. And that was a demonstration project in partnership between the AQMD, the California Energy Commission, a private entity, as well as us. And initially we served as a host site. We progressed through funding, and we eventually became the primary project driver. But ultimately it was deemed in February of 2018 to not be commercially viable in the near term. And for that, we came to this board here in December of 2018 and sought and were granted a regular variance. And that allows us to achieve compliance through completion of the digester gas beneficial use program by September 1st of 2021. And the reason that we're here today is that one of our increments of progress requires an annual status hearing. And what we're here to tell you today is 2 things. The first is that we do not believe any modification to the order is necessary. And second, that we're entirely on schedule. There's been a number of facets throughout the project, and we have done an excellent job all throughout our team. Every hand is on deck to get this project completed, all the way from our board extending down to, through each level of the staff. We've expedited a number of different things. We've used a single design firm so that we can expedite the development of the projects. We've used equipment pre-selection as a public agency. That's a significant savings in time so that we don't have to put things out to bid as long, and we can shorten up those procurement times. We've also been involved early with multiple stakeholders to make sure that we can reduce the overall time to complete the project. A very brief summary of the projects that make up the digester gas beneficial use program. The primary is the fuel cell project, and for this we partnered with the fuel cell energy company to provide a fuel cell system. The capacity on the system is 1.4 megawatts, and ultimately we're going to give them digester gas produced in our wastewater treatment plant, and in return we will purchase power at the rate of $89 per megawatt hour, increasing over time. However, that's less than the cost provided by Edison, which is currently $112 average per megawatt hour. We signed the power purchase agreement with this entity in April of this year, and we expect the design is completed, has been progressing all through the year, and we expect that to be completed at the end of the year. The second, and what we talked extensively about last year, was the need for replacement blowers. And so the decentralized new electrified turbo blowers will be installed, as well as an automated dissolved oxygen control system. This will allow us to continue treating the wastewater the proper way, but because we're converting to a single energy source, we will need to install a stationary emergency generator, which was discussed and included in all the original documentation. The status of this, we executed a pre-selection memorandum of understanding, or MOU, in October of this year with APG Neuros. And this is one of 3 projects that are packaged together, designed by Hazen and Sawyer, and that's already passed the 90% phase of design, and we expect this month to complete that design. The second of those 3 projects is our .025 duty flare project. This is a new ultra-low emissions flare, and this will serve as a duty flare in the event that fuel cell system is down. This meets all layer and back requirements, and the application for this was submitted in November of this year. We expect approval of the pre-selection MOU in January with John Zink Hamworthy, and this is that same design that's at 90% completion. Our gas storage project is the third of 3, and this will equalize the flow of gas that's produced on an unsteady basis from the digester gas or digester system. This will equalize that flow, so it's one single steady source of flow, as well as meeting all of our various pressure needs, and it is a dual membrane system. We expect the approval of pre-selection MOU in January for this as well with West Tech Engineering. The next group of 3 projects are Arrowhead Lift Station projects, and ultimately the next project I'll talk about, we're going to electrify one of the pumps. So we're going to discontinue the use of an engine and use an electric motor. However, that requires a source of electrical supply, and so we need to expand the electrical service from another area of the plant up to the Arrowhead Lift Station. It is noted that there is no Edison inspection required for this project. We are the regulatory body because it is connected to our process, and so we perform all our own inspection. The status of the project, a couple of items here. The BLM switchgear is a necessary component of that, and we completed the load study in September of this year. Also, to expedite the process, we utilized the electrical engineering services of AECOM, who was performing a design of an unrelated project, but to speed it up, we issued them a change order and designed this project under that. That was issued in November of this year, and we just received the final drawings and are putting that out to bid. The purchase requisition to obtain the gear for that was issued in November so that we can expedite the delivery of the equipment. The Pump 2 system is currently driven off of an engine fueled by digester gas that will be replaced with a 200 horsepower electric motor that we will procure and install internal to the department, so we do not have to utilize outside contractors. We completed the internal scope of work, so essentially the preliminary design report in February of this year, and we are implementing that project just prior to the digester gas cutover date. Pump 3 is another one that is a digester gas fueled internal combustion engine, and that will be converted to either propane or natural gas. We solicited proposals for propane storage. As we looked into it, that is the more viable option. And our internal scope of work for that one was also produced in February of this year. The next is a .06 backup flare project, and this will be to construct a functionally identical replacement of our existing flare inside the plant. It will serve as a duty flare only in the short term while the ultra-low emissions flare is being constructed, and then will serve as the backup flare to the ultra-low emissions flare upon completion. The permit to construct application was submitted in September, and the bid was awarded by our water board to PCL Construction in November of this year. The pre-construction conference is scheduled for next Monday. The final project is our Edison primary metering project. This is a new project that came about as a result of proceeding with Fuel Cell as the fuel cell provider. The means of which they provide the power requires that we combine all of the electrical services into one single meter, and so this is that project. We received the functional equivalent of a will serve notice from Edison on October 31st of this year. We also packaged this in the change order with AECOM for the design in November of this year, and the final design was received on the 3rd of this month. In terms of reporting, we have submitted all monthly and quarterly update reports by the 15th of each month, including our excess emission calculations. And also quarterly, we have submitted each of our excess emission fees along with their calculations prior to the deadline submitted, and the numbers are indicated there, both fees and the actual emissions. The estimated capital costs, initially we expected that this project would cost upwards of $13 million. That has since grown to just over $20 million, and that continues to grow. One of the big things that we're trying to focus on is the expedited completion, because the longer we keep pushing this out, the more it costs. So the sooner that we can get ourselves compliant, the less this capital cost grows. The costs that we've incurred to date, over $1 million in professional services fees, as well as excess emissions fees, just over $50,000. And the all hands on deck that I mentioned, we've spent over 6,700 hours of staff time in 2019 to date to drive this project forward as expeditiously as possible. Finally, our increments of progress. We have the 10 increments of progress that were issued. Each of them we have either completed or are on schedule, or they are continuous items such as quarterly submittals and the annual status hearing. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but to summarize, we're on time, we're moving along exactly as we planned. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Ackerman, did you have any other questions for Mr. Stewart?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Honey-Zavra, do you have any questions for Mr. Stewart?
No questions from the district.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Stewart? Ms. Verdugo-Peralta?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at your estimated capital cost, and you have 0 on the fuel cell. Who's providing the fuel cell for you?
That is provided by Fuel Cell Energy through a power purchase agreement, so they provide the capital costs. And then we purchase the power from them.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Balagopalan?
Actually, to follow up on that, how are they on, so the slide shows they're on schedule, so, when is their completion date? Because everything's predicated on this fuel cell working and you getting the gas. So when you say they're on schedule, so have they applied, for the permitting from the AQMD, if they need a permit, or?
I'm not certain as to AQMD permitting. I know in general they are working on the permitting right now, as well as the SGIP, the Self-Generation Incentive Program funding. They're also simultaneously working on the design. So each of those is progressing forward so that we can start construction early in the 2020.
And they gave guarantees, I believe, from the last time that they'll meet all those emission standards.
That's correct. Each of the things that were entered as far as the schedule into their power purchase agreement were compliant with the AQMD variants.
Okay. And I noticed that, I'm trying to find that, there was a engine number 5.
At the Arrowhead lift station?
Okay, is that the one, pump 5? So that's currently run by digester gas, and you're replacing that with electric motor?
So the digester, or pump number 2 in our Arrowhead lift station is currently driven by an engine that is fueled with digester gas. That engine will be decommissioned and uninstalled and replaced with a 200 horsepower electric motor, identical to our pump 5, which is an electric motor currently.
So the pump 5 is going to replace that, which is for Roots 2 then, or what?
There's several different, and I can
okay.
summarize. In the Arrowhead lift station, we have one existing pump 5 that is driven by an electric motor, 2 natural gas fueled engines, 2 digester gas fueled engines. The 2 digester gas fueled engines, one will be converted to an electric motor, the other will be converted to a propane source, so that we have multiple sources of redundancy to make sure that we always have 3 pumps operational at any given moment.
I didn't see the reference to pump 5, that's why I was trying to match it in the order,
Right. The only pump 5 we have would be at Arrowhead lift station.
Arrowhead lift station. Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions? Senator, do you have a question?
On page 21 of your report, increment of progress. Increments 1 through 4, it has been complete. My question is, do you have a schedule prior to the dates you've identified here as being complete? Was there a schedule? And the question is, did you meet the schedule within the slippage?
That's correct. We have actually created a schedule. Let me slide back to that on the screen here. This is a high-level schedule summary. We have created the schedule. We've been entirely on schedule with that. There has been no slippage. Each of the designs has progressed either as scheduled or earlier than scheduled.
And you have a hearing conference also stated sometime in December, next 2 days.
And that's today.
Are you having that conference today?
That is this conference.
Are the increments of progress number 10 in the conditions and increments of progress of the variance stated that they would have an annual status hearing, and that's just saying the date by which it would be a year. But it refers to today's status hearing.
Okay. And your schedule going forward from 5 to 9?
That is correct. So our blower electrification notice to proceed is due by March 30th of this next year. We are on schedule to release that to bid either at the end of this month or the very beginning of January, such that we can get through the bidding process, the selection process, and recommend to our water board to award that to a contractor before March 30th of 2020. Six, the submittal of the necessary permitting materials before September 30th of next year. We anticipate being in full compliance with that. Ms. Flores Acosta behind me is working on preparing the permitting materials. We've submitted a number of them already, and they have been speaking with staff, so staff with the district is anticipating those.
No slippage,
We've had no slippage to date, correct?
but you have to wait on the staff to give you permitting.
Correct. We do have to submit those to the district staff and await their responses, but we submitted those within the required deadlines.
Has the district been responsive upon the request?
Absolutely.
In each case?
Yes.
No delay?
Not to date, no.
And so you have number 8.
Yeah. Yes,
That looks pretty good for you also.
yes, that is our startup and commissioning. So once we turn everything on, it will take time to start it up and commission it. And that's the period after that June 30th deadline to start that process before our September 1st deadline to have it fully in compliance.
Have you done a project like this before? Anything similar?
Not a complete program like this, but each of the individual elements we've done and each of our staff have participated. Our engineering manager is very experienced in producing these types of projects on the wastewater side, on gas side, for the city of Los Angeles, Eastern Municipal Water District. He's very experienced, as well as our staff have also operated much of the equipment that's being designed right now. But this is the first time we've packaged everything together in a single program of this size.
So the schedule is timely, usually on schedule.
We are on
But
schedule
this is that's a drop dead date.
of September 1st of 2021. That's correct.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan.
A quick follow on slide 8, the .025 flare, is that I don't see that listed there.
That is part of the 1110.2 resultant projects. The ultra-low emissions flare, the digester gas storage, and the blowers are lumped together in that teal-colored set of bars. We combined those projects to expedite the development and construction of those projects.
Okay, that's why it was not listed. Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions, board members? Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you.
Ms. Ackerman, did you wish to present anyone else?
No, if the board doesn't have any further questions, we don't need to present any further witnesses.
Does anyone have any other questions that they would like answered? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Ackerman. And Ms. Honey-Zavra, you do not intend to present anyone?
No witnesses, though. Of course, district staff can be made available to answer any questions that the board might have.
Does anyone have any questions for district staff? Senator?
On page 16 of the report,
Oh, is this for Mr. Stewart?
yes. Mr.
Okay.
Stewart, you have pre-construction conference schedule. I know that conference consists of whom? Who's participating?
That will be department staff preparing and delivering the meeting, as well as the contractor, PCL Construction, who will be performing that, as well as any subcontractors that they may have.
Any subcontractors? You have no idea what the input's going to be. So how can you finalize, establish a completion date if prior to the conference? The conference might trigger something else.
There is a contract issued with PCL Construction that gives them a required completion date for the project, and they are contractually bound to complete it by that date.
Could they fail?
It's certainly possible they could, but we have all the contractual means in order to get them to complete it on time, and we do actively manage the projects, so we do observe that they are completing each step along the way.
Is there incentive fee?
There are
The
no,
contract, the terms and conditions of the contract determine whether or not they may or may not be on time.
Right, they do have liquidated damages issued to them as part of that contract, and so if they fail to complete it by the required deadlines, they will be subject to those liquidated damages. However, in terms of a financial incentive as a public agency, we cannot gift any public funds to a contractor for completing it early, but typically, contractors do always drive to complete it as early as possible.
If they fail to comply, it's going to modify or change the schedule completion.
We can't control what they do
I
other than
understand, but you've identified certain dates that things will be done, and that's a variable, because you don't know what they can come up with.
I wouldn't call it a variable. They are given deadlines, and there's a financial incentive for them to complete it with the liquidated damages. And so most contractors would not wish to sully their contractor reputation by delaying the project.
I raised the point because should that be the case, it's understandable if there turns out to be a delay after your conference.
Certainly, if there were anything that delayed it, we would immediately present that to AQMD staff and the hearing board.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan had a question for district staff. Maybe just let us know what the nature is.
Yeah, I just had one for compliance, just to see if there were any odor complaints during this period from the, and I had one question for the permitting staff to see if they've submitted application for the fuel cell, if it's needed or not.
Yes. Maybe one. Okay. Did you take the oaths? Okay. Okay, so the district has two witnesses, the two witnesses that can respond to Mr. Balagopalan's questions, Alicia Lewis, district inspector, and Harry Moon, one of our permitting engineers. Can you maybe rephrase the questions for them?
Sure, and I'll ask.
Maybe we'll do one at a time
time, yeah.
and indicate who it would be for.
And it's, I'm being write your name. Can you repeat your name?
Can you, maybe we'll start with you, and if you can introduce yourself and just state for the record that you did take the oath.
Sure. My name is Alicia Lewis, Alisha, Lewis, Lewis, and I did take the oath this morning. Oh, I'm an air quality inspector too.
So, Ms. Lewis, have you been out to the facility recently, since the last hearing?
Not since the last hearing. The last time I was at the facility was last December.
Are you the sector inspector for this facility?
I am.
Have you got any notice, odor complaints?
No odor complaints.
Okay, thank you.
And then if you can introduce the next witness. Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Harry.
Oh, yeah.
Harry Moon, last name Moon, and air quality engineer too.
And did you take the oath this morning, Mr. Moon?
I did.
Mr. Moon, it's regarding the permitting for the fuel cell energy. Do they require a permit, and have they submitted an application?
Yes, they required a permit application for the fuel cell system, but to this date, they have not yet submitted an application for that system.
Have they been in communication with you, or do you, at this juncture, about permitting or discussing what the requirements would be?
So I haven't discussed with them directly regarding the fuel cell application, but I'm assuming they'll be submitting those in the future.
So you don't know, they haven't indicated when they will submit or what the AQMD requirements are and so forth? They haven't requested any information from you?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone have any other questions for either of these witnesses? Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you. Mr. Moon, just for clarification, do you work just with the permitting planning department, or are you also involved with the technology department?
So I'm a permitting engineer, so I'm mainly just responsible for handling the permit applications that come in.
Okay, so does the technology department have any input, especially the fact since you're working with fuel cells on this? Has that staff been involved at all?
To my knowledge, to this date, no.
And you don't foresee that occurring either?
Well, if need be, I may reach out to some of the other staff for their technical expertise, but yet to this date, they haven't been involved.
Because you have a lot of expertise in that department, especially in regards to fuel cells through Dr. Matt Miyasato. So I don't know whether it's going to be necessary at this point, but I would at least consider it. Thank you.
Any other questions for either member of staff? Thank you both for being available. Thank you all for being available. And thank you, Ms. Honeyzarva, for making them available. Anyone else have any questions before we close testimony? Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask if there's any member of the public who wishes to be heard on this matter then. And I don't see any. Ms. Ackerman, would you like to give any closing statement?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The department provided testimony today documenting the progress and current status of the digester gas beneficial use program, which once completed will result in our Rule 1110.2 compliance. To date, the department has met all increments of progress and is on track to meet the remaining increments of progress as well as the other conditions in the variance.
Thank you. Ms. Honeyzarva, do you have any closing?
Good morning again, Chairwoman Prusak and members of the board. Just to reiterate, the district has been satisfied with the facility's compliance with the increments of progress that were set forth in the order for the regular variance that was heard last year. We continue to believe that there won't be any hiccups along the way, but again, we're prepared to come back in if need be. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, we are not being asked to modify or extend the variance today, and I don't think we've received any reason to believe that we should modify it in any way. The status is all extremely positive. We remember that we're here, as we were reminded by Mr. Stewart, based on the fact that the city was forward-thinking and worked with AQMD on demonstration project. Unfortunately, that was found to be not commercially viable. And as a result, they needed to come up with a beneficial use study and a different option. And so this variance is designed to, as quickly as possible, ensure that new plan is executed. And what we've heard today is it's being executed completely on time. They are satisfying all of the conditions as well as each of the increments of progress that have come due. And I don't see any reason why we should modify and not just allow this to come back for a status next year. Anyone have any thoughts? Mr. Balagopalan?
I agree. I think the city has done an outstanding job in trying to get it, with their program managers getting it on schedule. The only concern I have is the fuel cell energy, why they haven't reached out to the district, and I would encourage Mr. Stewart to maybe get in touch with them. I think the earlier you start the conversation, the better it is, so that there are no surprises. Everything is going to finally going to hinge how well the fuel cell performs, and if there's any hiccups. And with sometimes newer technology, there can be some issues. So, and I know it's fuel cell energy is the one who's going to have to do that. It's not within the city's, the department's purview. But I would encourage the department to reach out to them to reach out to the AQMD staff. But other than that, I think I'm impressed with the progress that's been made and that you're on track and you're complying with all the conditions on the order that have been issued.
Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the former member and chairperson of the California Fuel Cell Partnership, this has been the goal. This has been the goal, to see a project like this, especially in a economically disadvantaged community. It's been a 20-year trek, and also serving on the stationary fuel cell organization. It's been a long but good progress that you have made. I'm very proud of the fact that for you that you're doing this and incorporating new technology, especially, like I said, in a community. And it's not normally that you are able to gather all of the funds that you were able to do and progress the way that you have. And I'm hoping and wish you a lot of luck on it. So I also am in agreement. Thank you.
Anyone else have any thoughts? Senator, did you?
Question I raised earlier, in order to complete this project, schedule is essential. And on the backup flare project, it's number 8, once again, you won't know that you're on schedule for sure until after December the 9th this year. When the subcontractors come in, they can give you a schedule, time of completion, et cetera. And when they do that, it may set you on target as you pre-schedule, and it may not. In the event that they put a monkey in the wrench where you can't get it done timely, you probably will notify the district, I think you said. And that being the case, the other dates would be affected by the delay in the backup flare project. And that being the case, there's sometime thereafter, not wait for the next year, next December, but give us a little progress report saying this is the situation, and we won't be surprised by it. And that being the case, that's okay. You will do that.
Yes, and they are required to do reports, monthly reports, under the conditions of the variance, and they have been doing that. And from what we heard today, I have every reason to believe that they will continue to be on track and on time. But I think we definitely appreciate those thoughts. And thank you for an excellent presentation today. Based on what I've heard from all board members, we will take no action today, and we will just continue to wish you luck in moving forward and continuing to be on time and compliance. Thank you all for an excellent presentation. Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we are going to shuffle over to our other matter, and then, as promised, we would be starting at 10 o'clock. So we will take back up at 10 o'clock with S&Oil Company, case number 6165-1. So we are off the record until 10 o'clock. Right back. Okay, we are back on the record. I'm going to call the second matter for today, which is SNC Oil Company, Inc. and JP Resources, Inc. Case number 6165-1 for an interim variance. And who is representing SNC Oil?
Ivan Tether of Tether Law, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tether. And who is representing the executive officer?
Mary Reichert, on behalf of the executive officer.
Good morning, Ms. Reichert. Okay, before we begin, I'm going to ask anyone who wishes to give any evidence or testimony this morning to please rise to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you. So because we are hearing this matter on an interim variance and there's been no notice to the public, we're going to bifurcate the hearing and begin with a hearing on the findings we need to make for good cause to proceed in the absence of notice to the public. And so, Mr. Tether, if you can give us an opening statement on good cause, that would be good.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board and staff. SNC Oil Company, which I'll call SNC after this, produces crude oil at 5 facilities in Southern California. And while we're in good cause, I would still draw your attention to Exhibit 5, which is not the letter but the separate page, simply because there are 5, oh, they just got it, okay. But there is a single page in,
Oh, are we passing out? Okay, are we?
if that's all
Yes.
right.
Let's pass those out.
Thank you.
Okay.
The single page is kind of a
Okay, so I'm
summary.
sorry. Okay, so this will be, all right, let me try to do it in, oh, they have exhibits on top.
The letter constitutes Exhibits 1 through 4.
Okay,
I don't want to distract you. It's just the number 5, the single sheet, that may help us all stay on track with the different leases.
okay, we've received, let me just, it will be very out of order if I don't mark them all. We've received a number of exhibits, a letter with Tether Law letterhead, that will be Exhibit 1. And attached to that is, as they are marked, there's Exhibit 2 marked, which is the permit, excerpts from the permit to operate. Exhibit 3, which is a chart of production leases, and Exhibit 4, which is excess emissions. And then petitioner's Exhibit 5, which Mr. Tether is referring to, is S&C leases, excess emissions, and rules and conditions. So you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. S&C petitioned on November 20th for an interim variance for 3 of these facilities. Number 64093, known as the Pauley lease. Number 45882, known as the Whitney Barnes lease. And number 12294, known as the Barnes Bush lease. Whitney Barnes now has a rental oxidizer, thermal oxidizer with a district permit, and it has returned at present to compliance. We will not, however, withdraw the petition with regard to that oxidizer because we may need to discuss it at the regular variance hearing, should there be one.
Yes.
I'm sorry, the letter itself with its summary is Exhibit 1, and then the attachments are 2, 3, and 4.
It is the
Yes.
excerpts of the permit that follow. No.
No, that's a cover sheet.
And then there's a back of a page, because it's on both sides of the sheets. back of a page is an Exhibit 3, and that's a chart of production leases. And then the next page is Exhibit 4. Do you see that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. We are also now requesting variance relief in anticipation of possibly being shut in on grounds of high BTU value of the produced gas for 2 additional facilities. The Moore lease, which is ID 40715, and the Douglas lease, which is ID 63809. And I understand that since this hearing does not require notice, it will be possible for the board, if you wish, to hear us today for those leases. And then we could, should we be successful in getting to the regular variance, we can, excuse me, we can perhaps extend the regular variance hearing to provide enough time to give notice as to those leases, as well as the ones already noticed for a regular variance hearing on January 8th.
You are correct that you can add them. We're going to need to have very specific timing for each one of these as to when you had notice, when we'll count that as filing today then.
Okay, thank you.
And you'll have to amend your petition, but we can do that through the process of today.
Okay, thank you. Whenever crude oil is produced, gas is also produced and must be dealt with and not vented to the atmosphere. S&C relied effectively for over 15 years on sending its produced gas to Signal Hill Petroleum, which puts the gas to beneficial use by generating electricity in a turbine and also sells some of it to the city of Long Beach and SoCal Gas. In October, Signal Hill stopped taking S&C's produced gas because of a turbine breakdown. The hearing board granted Signal Hill an ex parte emergency variance in case number 2166-19. Signal Hill returned to compliance, which has a bearing on today's hearing, before an emergency, or I believe it was a short variance hearing, had been scheduled. As soon as the turbine was repaired by complete replacement of its combustion chamber, Signal Hill started again taking S&C's produced gas, and S&C had shut down the affected leases prior to, or at the time of the Signal Hill turbine failure. So when Signal Hill resumed taking the gas, S&C reasonably believed that the problem was solved. Signal Hill had completely replaced the combustion chamber in the turbine. And S&C returned to its very long time means of dealing with its produced gas that was both reliable vapor recovery and also of beneficial use. On Thursday, November 14th, 2019, at 3:28 p.m., however, Signal Hill notified S&C by email that certain of S&C's wells would be shut in starting the next day, November 15th. S&C reasonably expected this shutdown to last only through the weekend of November 16 and 17. Signal Hill had stated that it wanted to avoid any turbine issues over the weekend when Signal Hill's turbine operating staffing level was low. On Monday, November 18th, however, Signal Hill informed S&C that its wells would continue to be shut in to maintain safe fuel specifications for the turbine. That had to do with the BTU quantity of the produced gas. At that time, S&C couldn't determine if the shut-ins would be temporary or permanent, yet they still discontinued oil production and closed well vent lines at the 3 affected facilities in advance of the shut-in. Despite ceasing productions, S&C experiences small amounts of vapor emissions from storage tanks. S&C has been diligent in responding to this continuing and uncertain situation and succeeded in renting and operating a district-permitted various locations thermal oxidizer for its largest production lease, Whitney Barnes. The thermal oxidizer in operation since 12:33 p.m. on Wednesday, November 27, has returned Whitney Barnes to air quality compliance and also allows a compliant return to production. The 2 other leases, Barnes Bush, and Pauley were allowed to send tank gas to Signal Hill on November 26, but that was only for one day. While the single well at each of the Moore and Douglas leases are still in compliance and sending their gas to the Signal Hill system, S&C is concerned that gas BTU issues may soon cause Signal Hill to shut in these leases also. So we are now, as I said, also requesting variance relief for those facilities, Moore and Douglas. At present, S&C is also receiving proposals for permanent vapor recovery to back up or replace reliance on Signal Hill's system. On Monday, November 18, S&C worked with Montrose Environmental and enlisted my help to develop today's variance petition. Because my firm is affiliated with and must clear potential conflicts of interest with Stoll Reeves LLP, a larger law firm, some delay was encountered on Tuesday, November 19th, because we had to do the conflicts check. S&C's petition was then filed on Wednesday, November 20th, immediately after a conference call with Signal Hill and other independent operators that confirmed the prospect of a prolonged shut-in. S&C has successfully relied on Signal Hill, bless you, to take its produced gas for over 15 years. When Signal Hill resolved its turbine failure by a full replacement of its combustion chamber, S&C was reasonable in expecting this source of vapor recovery to resume without further interruption. It was beyond S&C's reasonable control to anticipate significant interruptions in this emissions control procedure that had been reliable for more than a decade. This was a new situation that came up on the 14th and then was confirmed on the 18th of November. S&C respectfully requests the hearing board to hear its case for this variance without public notice.
Thank you, Ms. Reichart, your opening.
The district is not opposed to a finding of good cause. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tether, you may present your first witness on good cause.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first witness is Douglas Williams, who is the owner of S&C and the operator. Mr. Williams, could you please spell your name for the record?
Douglas Williams, Douglas, Williams.
Mr. Williams, have you taken the oath?
I have, yes.
And how does your work relate to the issues before the hearing board today, your familiarity with that?
I'm the operator of the wells. We're a small family business. We purchased the wells around 1979. Have operated them continuously since that time.
So how, Mr. Williams, have you managed the gas that's produced when you produce crude oil?
Since and long before the time that we purchased the wells in '79, the gas has always gone through a vacuum system to Lomita operators, hence the name Lomita Gas Company, and that was purchased probably 15 to 20 years ago by Signal Hill Petroleum.
And what does Signal Hill do with the gas that you send to them?
They do two things. Initially, they were treating it and cleaning it to city specifications, as was Lomita before them. And in addition, they about 15 or more years ago, they installed a turbine generator, which they've produces electric power for their field.
Okay. During all these years, has Signal Hill ever significantly stopped taking S&C's produced gas?
About a year and a half ago, they had one failure in the turbine, and that was really the only significant time period that they were down.
How long were they down at that time?
Probably less than a week. They had the system back up and running, I believe.
And do you have any recollection of any other time they were down?
Not any for any length of time. You know, that was really the primary time.
When you say not any length of time, what period would that be?
Oh, usually less than a day if they have a maintenance issue or something like that.
When Signal Hill notified you on that Thursday afternoon, November 14, that there'd be a shut-in of your produced gas, and that would start on the next day, the 15th, what did you expect? How long did you think that would endure?
Initially, when they first had the turbine problem, we were expecting it to be in the range of 2 weeks, and that turned into a month. And at that point, right at a month's time, we were allowed to start back up and produce the wells.
And then when they notified you on the 14th, did you think that would last a long time, a short time, or?
No, we thought we'd be back in business. We thought everything would be back to normal as it always had been. You know, they'd gone through this turbine situation before.
And when did you think you'd be back in business?
I believe that was on the 14th, or the 18th. That would have been the 18th.
Okay. What did they say in their November 14th email?
Okay. They basically had told us that we were going to start back up and that we'd be able to operate normally.
Okay. Did you or anybody at S&C have any reason to expect that Signal Hill shut-in would last beyond the weekend?
No, we didn't. We thought they were just tweaking the system there. They operate a gas plant that conditions the gas so they can either put it into the city pipeline or to the generator.
Okay. Since then, what have you done to move toward returning the 3 fields initially petitioned for to full air quality compliance?
Well, we installed the InVent rental unit on the Whitney Barnes lease, which is taking care of the gas from the tanks and wells there. Additionally, there was a one-day period where we were venting the tanks to without operating. We had shut in all the leases until that time. When Signal Hill let us back into the system, then we were shut in again, and there was one-day period where we had all the tanks vented to Signal Hill Petroleum, and they tested for BTUs, which was a very slight amount of gas going to them. So, but they tested for BTUs and closed us back in on just the tank venting. So.
And when did that occur?
That was, I believe, around the 18th.
Yeah. So what did you do on the 18th? What was your perception on the 18th about the duration of this problem?
Well, we believed it would all be short term, you know. And then after the initial shut-in, the secondary shut-in, we were confronted with the BTU issue. Mm-hmm. Initially, they had said in the 1,500 BTU range is what we'd need to meet their specifications. Later, they came up with a number of 1,350 BTUs, which is a little difficult on well gas.
What did you do on the 18th?
As far as?
Or when did you start the process to file a petition for a variance?
Oh, yes. Well, okay. We had contacted Montrose and of course Mr. Tether regarding the variance and getting in. You know, at the time we realized that we would be in noncompliance for some period of time.
And as far as the technological side and the vapor recovery devices or thermal oxidizer, where do you stand on that right now, both looking for temporary or permanent?
The largest site, we were able to find a unit. The smaller sites are kind of too small, the amount of gas to really make sense, and in addition to the oil production supporting that cost. In addition, I've contacted 2 firms, one in Signal Hill that provides thermal oxidizing units and other equipment, and we have a bid from them It's a rather long time frame, I thought, but we haven't signed a contract with them. They had a 4-week period to engineer, and then 16 to 18 weeks to build the equipment.
Would that be for a permanent system?
That would be yes, that would be a permanent system.
Could you, if you had to, get temporary relief for the two leases, the two smaller leases that were initially part of the variance petition?
We've looked into different ways to handle the gas, and everything's just expense-wise and.
But it would be possible.
And when you say the two smaller, can you just, if
I'm
possible, can you name them so that we can
Yes,
follow along
I'm
easier?
sorry. That would be the Poly lease and the, oh boy, I'm losing it here. Yeah, the Parley and the Barnes Bush, yes.
Okay. Was there any, now also, let's talk about the new issue for the Moore and Douglas leases. When have you become concerned enough about those to request that they be added to the petition, that they be added today to the petition?
Right, yeah, the lease, the Moore and the Douglas are combined into one pipe that goes to Signal Hill Petroleum. It met the 1,500 BTU limit initially, and they have continued to take our gas at that site. So we're back in compliance and operating normally there. But since that period, they've come up with the 1,350 BTU limit, and that's we're slightly above that, and so we're not certain that they're going to be taking our gas.
Well, can you remind us, if you haven't said already, the date by which they changed it to 1,300 BTU?
Oh, that probably, boy, I don't have my notes on the calendar. I'm sorry, but
Can you estimate that?
oh, probably in the range of the 25th or so
Of November?
of November. Yes.
So it's about a week and a half ago, is that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. But at present, they're still taking.
Yes, that's
gas
correct.
From the Moore and Douglas
Yes.
leases. Thank you. Was there any time that S&C could have anticipated the current problem in advance to provide the hearing board with the 45 days required for the board to notify the public of a regular variance hearing?
No, it's kind of always been a 2-week moving window, and just kind of, we're going to get the generator fixed in 2 weeks, and then that turned into another 2 weeks, and then we're going to take your gas, and then that turned into, the permanent situation we're in now.
Yes. So, okay. Could you have, there is a short variance that would provide 90 days of relief. When you filed the variance petition, did you consider whether you could solve the problem permanently within 90 days?
No, I didn't see the 90 days as really being an option. I don't purchasing equipment, engineering, and all the like. It's going to take a little bit of time.
So it would take longer, and that necessitated filing in good faith a petition for a regular variance.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams. And that concludes our direct testimony on good cause.
Thank you. Ms. Reichart, do you have questions?
Yes. I just want to take a step back, and because maybe I'm not as familiar with all of this info, and just kind of get some context. So it sounds like there's, can you just describe, you said that there's BTU ratings or for your gas, is that correct?
Yes, it's the British thermal unit of gas is the heating value of what it is. It's and it varies by a lot of factors. What constitutes the gas? The well gas might be less than the tank gas.
So what levels of, or what BTU rating does your gas typically have?
The Moore Douglas is in the 1480 range, and that's right in between the two specifications. Everywhere else, it's probably in the 16 to 1800 value.
Okay. And then what is the issue on Signal Hill side with taking gas that's over a certain BTU?
Well, they had a failure in their solar turbine unit, which Solar went ahead and warrantied. And since that time, they've kind of negotiated the fact that we're out of spec, and that's part of the problem that caused the failure. So they're won't warranty it, basically, this turbine, the next time they have a failure. In addition, they put a lot of equipment to monitor the BTU value going into the turbine. So even though they're conditioning the gas, they have issues with their gas plant, I guess, Signal Hill Petroleum does, to condition the gas for the solar turbine.
So what is the spec for the unit? Like, what's the BTU rating that the unit is?
I would imagine it's probably the 1,350 BTU range, yeah.
So this is the first time they've told you that the unit is meant to be run on a lower BTU gas?
Yes, yeah, so we really don't have much to do with that.
Right. Is there anything you can do to the gas to lower the BTU rating?
There's a few things, you know, that's a matter of chilling and processing the gas, you know, basically building a gas plant and getting the gas to city specification almost.
I see. So that would be another construction. There's nothing you could do quickly or easily.
Well, on the Barnes Bush site, which is a smaller site and a lot less gas than any of the other wells, they all vary in amount of gas that they make. We're looking into right now, in fact, using city gas from purchase, city gas, and blend it with our gas to lower the BTU rating.
Okay. And so when will you have figured out if that's...
Well, hopefully next week we'll have that in place.
Okay, and could you do that with any of the other sites?
It would be a matter of how much gas it would take. With the higher BTU rating, you know, bringing the average down, and what the cost would be involved in purchasing the gas.
Okay, so is that an option you'd be looking into for the other sites, just to...
Yes, we will certainly.
Okay. And then, how close are these locations to each other?
Oh, they're probably within the range of a 5-mile radius.
Okay. And then how are they connected to Signal Hill?
There's a vacuum line that runs all over Signal Hill and Long Beach, and has probably since the 40s, and they have a compressor plant, and that pulls a vacuum on all the lines in the system. Okay. And so that's how.
Are any of the sites connected to each other?
Only the Moore and Douglas.
Only the Moore and Douglas, okay. And then, can you just say what it means to be shut in?
Oh, I'm sorry. Just basically not producing. The wells are closed. The valve's on the casing, so that builds up various pressures on the well casing, which is not always good. We're fortunate, probably more than other operators, in that we don't build up a lot of pressure. As much as 300 pounds, though, on a casing, which is not the best situation. So the well would be non-operating. It's shut down. The casing would be closed in, and we went around and drained what oil was in the tanks. So that's basically where we're at.
So is the concern about the emissions for the tanks or for the well itself?
For the tanks.
For the tanks. So the tanks have been drained, but there's still, what would be causing?
Well, there's the residual oil, you know, a little kind of sediment and that sort of thing. So it's kind of the off-gassing in the tanks.
Okay. And then what is I guess if the tanks are almost empty and there's a little bit of off-gassing, isn't there just a way, I mean, how would the pressure build up such that gas might be released from those tanks?
Well, really just a kind of breathing loss, I guess. The heat of the day would emit some vapors.
Okay. And so thus far, though, you haven't measured any emissions escaping from the tanks, is that right? I thought that maybe I read or spoke with Stan, no, I'm trying mixing up where I got this, that you had tested, and as far as you knew, that there weren't any emissions that were escaping from the tanks, is that right?
I don't know. at
You
what
don't know,
point.
okay.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm pulling that from something else, okay. Okay, let me, so now I want to go back to, you have a thermal oxidizer at the Whitney Barnes location. And then, can you just describe in more detail exactly why you can't get temporary units to the other locations?
Large part in cost, you know.
Okay, and what would be the cost?
Well, we're spending on the Whitney Barnes, we're spending about $32,000 a month.
Okay.
So
And so that's how much it would cost for all of the other units, even if it were smaller or,
probably in that range, you know, 18 to 30,000.
okay. And so it's cost prohibitive for you to get those units?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, oh, how long, in terms of when, you were notified by Signal Hill that you have to shut in, how long do you have? Is it immediate? Is it,
It's pretty immediate, yes.
okay.
Yeah.
So, for example, with the two new, the Moore and Douglas ones, if they gave you notice, if they said you're gonna shut in, you wouldn't have time to then come in and petition before that shut-in occurred?
No, they would come out probably and test the gas, again, I would imagine. And if the BTU, or if they saw it at the plant, if they have an issue with the plant, then they'll look to the field and see who the high BTU operators are. And at that time, they'd probably say, okay, you gotta shut in.
Okay.
So,
All right, no further questions on good cause, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. So you are not, if an interim variance were granted today, would you be looking to operate any of these facilities, or you would remain shut in? With the exception of the one that's in compliance.
Yes, no, we would remain shut in, yes.
Remain shut in, okay. So then I want to understand a little more, which we do need to know for good cause. If you were not given an interim variance, and so you had no relief between now and January 8th, that's when we're scheduled for the regular variance noticed hearing, what would be the harm that you would experience? Because in the petition, it's about daily revenue losses, but that would occur regardless because you're shut in, so the variance wouldn't help you. Do you have an estimate of what kinds of harms you would encounter?
Well, I think the variance is one of our remedies. Getting back in compliance, I understand, is another. And the third would be cleaning the tanks. So it would be a matter of taking all the material out of the tanks, triple rinsing them, going through that whole process, disposing of the material,
I had a different question, but tell me a little bit about that. How long does it take to clean out the tanks and be in compliance?
Probably 2 days per tank, and there's 3 tanks at each site.
And can they be done simultaneously, or is that
Well, it
prohibited?
depends on the manpower that's available.
And have you given consideration to that?
We've given some consideration to that.
And is there a reason why that hasn't been the chosen method, so we understand?
Just purely expense, I guess. And the
What
damage.
is the expense? What would be the expense, if you know, an estimate?
Well, you'd probably have 3 days, probably 40,000 plus disposal per site. And that disposal could run $30,000.
Okay. And then, once you're in compliance otherwise and have a place to send the gas, you would then just be reusing those tanks, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you'd go through that expense for a temporary basis?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And also, you are in violation, correct? So it just the breathing losses would violate rules and you would be subject to penalties. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. I just wanted to understand a little bit more, the 14th, when you were told originally that you were going to be shut in. What did you base the expectation that it would only be the weekend?
Yeah.
What was that based on?
We were actually shut in prior to the 14th. When they had the failure in the generator, we shut in at that period of time, which was about a month before. And we had kind of been told that kind of a moving target. It's okay, we're going to fix it in 2 weeks. We're going to have it fixed in the next 2 weeks. And then we were going to be, let back in and start producing again. And that's kind of when I guess their situation with solar turbine and the BTU value and the warranty problem came up.
So if you had this very recent, and I probably have a little more knowledge of it than other board members because I dealt with all the ex partes that were related, but if you did have this problem a month before where you were shut in and you didn't know when Signal Hill would be back up and running and taking gas, why did you think this time it would only last a weekend?
We were back running, I guess, at that point in time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we had all the leases back up and running. Then they went around and tested the BTU value, and that's when the problem occurred.
So on the 14th, were you told that it was a BTU issue?
No, we weren't.
Okay. But they didn't say, did they indicate to you that Signal Hill, did Signal Hill indicate to you this will only be a short duration and it will only be a weekend?
Initially, that was everybody's understanding.
And I'm just trying to understand based on, that was also Signal Hill's understanding?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, yes. Ivan reminds me here of their email that,
Okay, so
yes.
I only recall, maybe I was writing furiously,
Sure,
but
sure.
I recall that there was an email on the 18th, but was there also one on the 14th and I missed it because I was writing?
Yes,
Okay.
there's been continuous emails.
And in that email,
Oh, yes, the 14th, they stated that it would be for the weekend. That's,
okay, they stated that in the
y-
email?
Yes, and
Okay.
yes.
Sorry if I missed that the first time through.
well,
Thank you
it's-
for restating that. I wanted to ask about, in the petition, there's the notice of violation for venting to atmosphere, and it was on November 5th. Can you just explain a little bit about that NOV? Was that from the first time they were shut down, or?
Yes, that was. We when they first had the problem with the generator, they shut everybody in the field down. And so at that point, they weren't taking any gas. Our wells were shut in.
Okay, so that was it, your wells were shut in. That was
Yes.
breathing and
That's
other
correct.
kinds of emission. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Oh, one other question I had. You mentioned that around November 25th, that was the date that you estimated, that Signal Hill was now reducing the BTU from 1,500 to 1,300. But you also indicated that the two leases that you're adding,
The Moore and
Moore
Douglas.
and Douglas, that they are in the 1,480 range. Do you know why Signal Hill is still taking the
No,
gas?
we're just happy they are.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other question? Mr. Balagopalan?
Mr. Williams, so the breakdown at Signal Hill occurred in October 18th, I believe, right?
Yes.
And you were notified that day that there's a breakdown and they're not going to be taking any of your gas?
Correct.
And then what did you do after that?
Our contract operator went around and shut all the wells in.
But all the tanks were still venting in,
Yes.
not in compliance with the rule?
Correct. Normally, they're vented to the vacuum line.
Vacuum line, so they couldn't go to the vacuum line. And why didn't you not file for a variance petition at that time?
We thought it would be in a period of 2 weeks.
2 weeks, that's a long time, yeah. And you were in violation during all that time because and then when the inspector gave you a ticket was, I think the notice of violation on November 5th for the occurrence, that was ongoing at that time. You were not back on at that time, right? You were still venting.
That's correct.
And then subsequently, so there was from October 19th, I believe, until, when did they start back up? I think you said was, when did Signal Hill start back up after that?
I believe that was November 18th.
18th?
In that range, yes.
Okay, so until that period, you were, basically you had no controls on and you were venting.
Are you sure about that date?
I'm not sure.
Please be
I'm-
sure, because I'm recalling that we were to hear Signal Hill's petition on the 13th of
13th.
November.
Yes.
So please just make sure and be clear on your dates.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I didn't bring my calendar sheet, and I brought the wrong pad with me today, so. But as far as all the specific dates.
Right, but I think subsequently after they started up, then they notified you very shortly after they started up. I think you said within a day you had to shut down again because the BTU was high.
Correct.
And so they basically stopped taking gas again. And you anticipated it was just for the weekend, but it's gone on. It's still continuing right now as it happened in the previously in October.
Yes, we didn't realize that it was going to be because of BTUs. They were just having trouble with their plant.
Right.
Getting the values down and the gas plant operating. So we didn't know that it would be a problem in the field.
Now, you mentioned Signal Hill as a gas conditioning plant at their site,
They have a conditioning plant, yes.
and they are not able to resolve that there as far as the BTU issue before they go to the.
They operate a lot of wells on their own, and so I think part of the problem is volume as in addition to the BTU value.
Now, right now, are this all the 5 leases you own and operate in the area?
That's everything in the Signal Hill Long Beach that's connected to the.
To the Lomita, the Signal Hill line?
Yeah, we have one well in Torrance and one well in Huntington Beach.
Now, you mentioned previously that a certain percentage goes to the Signal Hill, and then you sell some to the city, and do you have like a breakdown, what goes to the city, and?
No, that's Signal Hill's situation. All of
They
our,
take it all, and then they
that's correct, yes.
distribute, and they use some in-house, a majority in-house and sell it.
Yes, correct.
So now with the BTU issue, and you mentioned you're looking into other remedies. One is mixing low BTU gas to get the BTU, down to that range.
Range, yes.
And then, and you have a RTO at one of the sites. So that, I believe it's the
Whitney Barnes,
Whitney Barnes, which is your largest. So that's
the
essentially you're renting all the tanks and everything to that.
through that, yes.
And so the other ones, you're looking at the possibility of getting RTOs or some other means to come into compliance.
Yes, correct. Mhm.
And the concern I have is that, we've not done there's no public notice on this. You were aware of the issue in October, and you went for a period of time without getting any, applying for a variance or getting relief, because we had Signal Hill had come forward, and so did another company that had come forward, to get, and
I should, and perhaps we can have, I'm sorry, Mr. Williams? No, Williams. Mr. Williams explain, but I should let you know that there is another company that was in a similar situation, and we were to hear their short variance.
Right,
And on the same day that they took it off,
Yes,
they encountered this BTU problem. So let's have them explain that it's two
we
different
don't
problems.
know, the other company was a BTU problem. I think they isolated to your facilities, or they inform other.
It was a BTU problem with the second,
At the
and they are
other-
currently under ex parte, but it ends today.
Okay.
Just to give that background to the
Right.
board.
No, but the other company came when the initial, in October, when there was a breakdown and applied for the variance, basically. And so, but you didn't, and you know, I think you expected it to come back online very quickly, so that's why you didn't.
Yes, that's correct.
So gone for a long period of time, basically without any, I mean, you had potentially time to file for a variance and then get a notice public hearing.
Yeah, it was I didn't know that we would be in violation because we were stopped and shut in. And the fact that the tanks were a question of in use. I mean, they had fluid, we drained the fluid, and that was, I thought we had some remedy to those things as well.
But you know there were permit conditions which required you to vent, the gas to the, send it all to Signal Hill.
Yes.
And so you're in violation of that.
Yes, when in operation. So that was.
But even otherwise, when you're shut down too, and your tank's off gassing, where do those normally go?
They would go to Signal Hill.
Signal Hill, right? So when you were not doing that, technically you were in violation of that condition, basically. So you had known it then in October when it first occurred.
I assume yes.
All right, thank you.
If,
Did you want to redirect?
no, I just wanted to mention that I represented Signal Hill, and Ms. Prasak, you mentioned that they took the subsequent hearing off calendar on November 13th. I just recall that roughly 2 days before that, the 11th, they reported they were in compliance.
Okay, thank you.
And that was
That's helpful.
a bit delayed because we wanted to use an abundance of caution and not reporting that too soon. So they were back online a few days before. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Williams? Yes, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Williams, you had mentioned that there was an option of possibly utilizing city gas and blending it with your gas and to reduce the BTU average, correct?
That's
Okay.
a possibility in the lesser.
Do you know what that expense would be?
No, we're just really exploring that.
So you are exploring it?
Yes.
Okay, as an option. All right, and what's been brought up just now, I have a question, and maybe it's for the attorney. If in fact Signal Hill was involved to the effect, and they have it seems like they have a close relationship with this company, why were we not notified, or was it possible for Signal Hill to notify us that something like this was going to happen with one of their, I don't know whether they're called an end user or client or whatever you want to call the relationship? Was it possible for us to be notified?
I don't think we should be asking questions about Signal Hill because Signal Hill is not present today.
Okay, I understand that, but then in fact, this company was put in this situation.
Understood, but Signal Hill is not here although Mr. Tether is here. Mr. Tether is representing S&C today, so
For me,
I
though,
would not want to.
How do I ask then, and how do we know to what extent SC is, I guess the word would be to blame for not notifying us any sooner? Could it have occurred any sooner? I suppose that's my question.
I suppose we need to rely on the evidence that's being presented as to the email and the date of the email, letting them know when the BTU issue arose. Well, they didn't let them know when the BTU, they stopped taking again on the 14th. It was the 18th that the BTU issue was relayed. And as Mr. Balagopalan, we can take into account the previous issue if we wish to, even though it was a different issue.
I would have liked to have seen that email, more for purposes of basically telling us where, in fact, this occurrence became a problem for your company, I suppose. I guess I'm trying to get at here to what extent we can determine how soon, in fact, you could have come to the AQMD.
Here's the email.
Okay. Okay. So this is the email here. Wells not returned to system as of 11/15/19. There's a list. And also, SHP will be in the shutting in the following wells tomorrow at 7 a.m. due to extremely high BTU composition above 1,500 BTU.
Are those?
Wait, which one is this? Which email is this? What date?
14th,
This is on 11/15/19.
11/15.
And this is, okay.
The email, 320.
Can we have copies made for the board? Is that, is it confidential in any manner?
Are you okay with that? Yeah, this is our story.
Sure, I'm okay. It does name other companies.
I think it's relevant.
Okay, no, I do too. Perhaps, should we take a break to do that? Yes. Madam Clerk, thank you, Madam Clerk, for doing that. Are there any other emails that perhaps we can also, maybe the one on the 18th, or was there one on the 14th?
Yes, and this includes the 14th, 15th, and 18th, I believe.
Oh, okay. And is there any other communications from October, or when you were back, you were no longer shut in from the original?
I
anything?
don't have any with me,
Okay,
unfortunately. But
thank you. So would you like us to take a break? Okay, thank you. Okay, we don't have to take a break, but
okay.
if we have other questions, and then we can come back once we have copies to that. Yeah, I'm saying, do you have any other questions?
Can I state, you know, I'm here trying to do the right thing, and that's come before you and tell you our situation. The fact that we didn't do it earlier, you know, I did talk to Ivan, and we talked about losses and a lot of different things at various times in this whole process, but here we are today, and that's really where we're at. I'm here trying to do the right thing. So.
Thank you. We're going to wait on those emails. Do we have any other questions other than for timing for a good cause? And we can ask those? Yes, Senator has questions.
On good cause. The problem associated with this operation has to do with emission control, yes or no?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there's a problem still, the residual problem, even though you ask some of the questions in the petition, what would you do to mitigate? And one thing you say you would do is shut down operation.
That's correct.
And by shutting down operation, you state that it only cures about 65% of the problem as relates to emission.
I would think it would be higher, but that's what is calculated.
That's what you put in the report.
Yes.
Okay, that being the case, you talked about providing a temporary emission control device system. Where would you get that from, and when can you get it?
That was something that was just explored here, so I really just started working on that last night.
I had this report before then. Before last night, I have that report. And your petition came out before last night.
Oh,
And that's
on the rental system. Okay. We looked into on a site-by-site basis, and the cost was just prohibitive compared to what the gain would have been on the.
When you shut down operation, I mean, you still may be in violation but you have no control because you have the residual emission anyway, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you have no control. Then what do we do at that point, if anything at all? Drain the tanks, clean it up?
Yes. Or find some way to dispose of the little bit of gas that comes off the tanks.
What is that way? How do you do that? The flaring, maybe?
I guess a flare, yes.
Tell me what you do to dispose of the gas that's coming off the tanks.
Well, that's either flare. There's a possibility of blending that with the city gas, the little bit amount of gas. There's a possibility of looking into some way of stripping the BTUs. Maybe people are looking into carbon canisters to where that would happen to be. So there's a few means to be explored.
So when do you think you have your emission control system in place? You're working on that, is that correct?
We are, yes.
When do you think it'll be anticipated time that you can install?
Well, it remains to be seen, but we're working on it. Everybody's kind of scrambling in different directions, and we were hoping to get a little bit of a handle on a more permanent situation.
Well, if you shut down, you're going to reduce the emission, that's for sure.
Oh, sure.
What other hardships will be imposed if you do that?
Well, we are shut down. We're losing money on oil production, and
You're currently shut down.
yes.
Not using that much, doesn't seem like it. How much are you losing?
Where are those numbers? They were in the side notes, I think.
It's listed, in here, so no problem.
It's in the range of $2,000 a day.
You say you can't live with that because it's a big loss.
I'm sorry.
Couldn't live with that, but that's the penalty for emission, excessive emission.
That's
There's a fee.
the penalty for excess emission.
There is one.
There is one,
But
yes.
you're not losing you're not paying $2,000 a day for that.
No, that would be an addition.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Let me mark the email string the email that it's a single email, sorry, that we just received. Well, let's mark that as exhibit number 6. But did you indicate that there was one on the 18th as well, Mr. Williams?
I believe so. I don't have the copy now. Where's the copy that we gave them?
This one is dated the 14th, but it does refer to the well being shut down the following day, which is the 15th. I think that's...
Okay. Okay, I was mistaken. It is 14th referring to the 15th.
Did we say, so, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, you received only the one email. So the other email is missing, or did you misstate that you had one on the? No, I thought you had indicated that the one from the 18th also was.
Yes, we don't have the.
You don't have it, okay. Thank you. Mr. Balagopalan.
I had a question. You said you don't, Mr. Williams, don't have a map showing all the different, where the sites are? Do you have anything showing a layout where all the 5 different sites are located?
No, not with me.
Are they in, what's the area like? Are they commercial homes? You know, is this,
It's a variety of homes and commercial, yes. Industrial,
industrial, close to the facilities?
yes.
So there's potential for nuisance and odors and so forth from that?
Yes.
And what happens when, as you mentioned, when you cap the well right now, you're not producing it, but what happens when the pressure builds up? You have to you have to release it.
When we find a means of producing, then we'll relieve the pressure.
But if in short of producing, would there be a buildup? You may have to release it due to the pressure buildup?
We haven't to date.
Today, but is there
Yes.
potential for that occurring?
Normally, no. What happens is the oil will come up higher, and that will shut the gas in.
Okay. So, and has anybody in the past, or your recollection of anybody in the neighborhood complained, or have you had any complaints about any of your facilities?
No, I don't believe we've had any complaints in quite a number of years.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Reichart had a
Yeah,
request.
I wanted to follow up. You kind of mentioned that you could mix the purchased gas with the little bit of potential gas that you'd be producing now that you're shut down. I mean, it sounds like that would be relatively minor expense. Do you have an estimate of how much that would cost?
No, it wouldn't be probably expensive if there's a gas line available. You know, we'd need a city gas line, we'd need them to come out and get the gas to the property, set a meter, that sort of thing.
Okay, so there's currently no gas, city gas to the properties?
At the Barnes Bush, was a meter at one point in time, and that's where we're gonna try that first.
Okay, so do you have an estimate of the cost to have the gas company come out and put in the line and the meter?
No, we don't. at
Or
this
the
time.
timeline for that?
No, but on that site where there is a gas line, we know there is one, we're hoping to have that in place next week.
Okay. Are you looking to start production or just for the excess gas that's building up?
It would depend on how much gas is required to get back into production, to where would blend everything from the wells and the tanks to be able to produce there legally and get back into Signal Hills pipeline.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Balagopalan has,
Oh, no, I don't mean to interrupt you. I only wish to redirect and then, of course,
No, go
closing
ahead,
after,
Okay, okay.
everyone's done.
Oh, after.
okay.
So I'm assuming, Mr. Williams, there's ongoing discussion with Signal Hill Petroleum, because from the email, there are 5 facilities all exceeding the 1350 desired BTU, so, the other facilities having similar issues, and I'm assuming Signal Hill gets I don't know what quantity, what percentage from all these other facilities besides their own in-house facilities. So, are they discussions going on for Signal Hill looking at remedy?
Yes, and in fact, for a one-day period, unfortunately, one day, they went in and we were able to vent the tanks to them. And in fact, off and on, I mean, we've been able to vent the tanks, shut in the wells, and only give them the tank gas. So that's an option that we pursued with them. They had a problem at the plant again, and so we weren't able to do that any longer. And that's kind of one of the ongoing discussions, as well as this blending of the gas. We weren't even sure they were going to be able to accept that as a remedy. We're not certain that Signal Hills, what their position is going to be.
Or what they are going to do, or what they plan to do to remedy the high BTUs?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, they have a gas plant in place, and they're working to get it to spec to where they could either put it in the city or to the generator.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you just show us on Exhibit 6, the email, where it lists is Pauley listed, and is Barnes Bush Barnes?
Yes.
Okay, and then Whitney would be Whitney Barnes. Oh, I see, Pauley comes right after Whitney. Okay, I see it now. Okay, thank you. Senator has questions.
The petition was received in this office on November the 20th. And there's about 17 days from then to now. My question is, you knew at that time you need to take some corrective action, or action that hopefully would solve your problem temporarily. Couldn't you at that time given sufficient notice to the public?
There is a noticed hearing. The noticed hearing is January 8th. So the answer is,
They did provide for that.
yeah, since this is, they're asking for a bridge between now and then, but after they filed November 20th, that noticed hearing was calendared for the 8th of January.
The question is that we have to show that you can hear this case without public notice. They had time and today to do that.
When they file their petition on the 20th of November, that's when it starts to tick in terms of providing notice. So they're not providing notice, the clerk's office is. And they asked, maybe you're asking, could they have been heard on a short variance, which would take less time, but we heard Mr. Williams state that he did not believe this could be remedied within 90 days. Is that the question?
We are here and now, so we move on.
Are there any other questions before I turn to Mr. Tether? I know Mr. Tether had some follow-ups. Mr. Tether, you had some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Williams, do you know when Signal Hill fixed their turbine after the October 2019 breakdown, approximately?
I believe that was around the 14th of November. Is that
And,
the time frame?
well, apparently that's the time when they withdrew the petition. So, yeah. Do you know what they did to fix it?
No, I don't really know a lot of the particulars. I know what was the major part of the generator.
Well, I guess the root question that I have for you is, why were you confident that it was fixed and there would be no more problems?
Well, they notified us that we'd be able to go back into the system.
So it was reasonable to conclude that the turbine was fixed?
Yes.
And then, when you received the email on the 14th, was that a new situation, unrelated to the turbine's failure?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Thank you. So, in your mind, are they related? I mean, the turbine failure and the shut-in?
Well, they're related in the fact that they're not able to take the high BTU gas any longer.
Did you have any idea before the 14th that they would not take the high BTU gas?
No, we did not.
Thank you. If you blend city gas with your produced gas at Barnes Bush, will you have to pay for the city gas?
Yes.
And do you have an idea how much that would be?
No, we'll have to see how much it takes.
It'll take the calculate, okay.
Yeah. And in fact, the other sites, we're not sure if there's a quantity of a gas large enough to even blend. So.
Thank you. Does Signal Hill pay you for the gas that you send to them?
No. Once they took over the gas system, they don't any longer pay for the gas. Back in the day, Lomita operators did pay for the gas, and in fact, they had a dry gas line that return gas to the field.
Thank you. What's the weather been like around your fields for the past several weeks since you've filed the variance petition in terms of temperature? It's a rough estimate.
Probably the mid-60s, 60 or 60 and mid-60s.
Is that a temperature that's likely to produce tank losses?
Probably less so than if it was warmer, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Will you remain shut in until at least the regular variance hearing, unless you're able to temporarily restore vapor recovery to the individual 4 fields that we're talking about today?
Yes, we would remain shut in.
Okay.
Yes, we're not asking to operate.
Okay. Thank you. That ends my redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Tether, did you wish to present any other witnesses on good cause?
Not at this, no, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Reichard, any witnesses on good cause?
No witnesses.
Okay. Then, Mr. Tether, if you'd like to give a short closing on good cause?
Of course, thank you. I think above all, we have presented testimony that shows that what came up on November 14th was a new problem. I know something about the repair of the Signal Hill turbine, but I won't present it under the circumstances. But I understand that it was a repair. It was also something that had been preceded by 15 to perhaps even 40 years of experience of these fields sending produced gas to Signal Hill and previous to that to Lomita Gas, and it had been a successful and reliable system. So that the breakdown of the Signal Hill turbine, once it was repaired, could reasonably have been expected to be a done deal, and there'd be a return. And the BTU gas quality or issue was not something that was brought up to S&C until the 14th. And then it was confirmed on the 18th, and then S&C filed a petition on the 20th. It was a new problem. So I think they had good reason for not anticipating this problem. And as regards the Moore lease and the Douglas lease that we come before you today with the request to hear us on those, the estimate of when that might have been an issue goes back to around November 25th. Again, that was since the petition was filed. So I believe the hearing board has good cause, and we respectfully request that the board hear our petition today for an interim variance to provide time for S&C to resolve its ongoing compliance issues at the the 2 remaining non-compliant leases and the 2 additional leases that may, although have not yet fallen out of vapor recovery and out of compliance. Again, this is for tank emissions that are probably minimalized fortunately, by the time of year in which we find ourselves. And further, with regard to the earlier turbine failure problem, we're not really saying that petitioner should have or didn't have to file a petition at that time. For reasons that testimony has been provided for, they did not. But we are saying that in response to the new problem that arose on the 14th, they did timely file a variance petition and should be heard on their petition for the interim variance. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tether. Ms. Reichard, any closing on good cause?
Thank you. I think some issues came up during the testimony, but all of the issues that I'm concerned about in terms of alternative compliance options and things they can do, I think can be addressed if the board decides to go forward on the merits. And I do think, or I do not have any opposition at this time to the board making a finding of good cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone like to begin discussion of good cause? Mr. Balagopalan?
Yeah, I can. I think, rightfully, I think they didn't realize the issues with the BTU until the 14th when they were notified and it was beyond their control. However, this happened a month earlier where they stopped taking the gas and the facility, as we know, did not file for a variance protection at that time, knowing they're in violation of the rule. And they did get a notice of violation on the 5th of November, and they didn't do anything until much later, until the 14th, when they were notified that their BTU is high. So while I think I appreciate the quandary you're in. You're at the mercy of Signal Hill. You need to, and they've been your customer, or you've been their customer for a very long time, and this is unexpected, and you need to find some relief. But I think the broader issue is, should the public, absence of public notice, should the public be notified? And as Thing mentioned, it is not a remote area; it's a quasi-industrial, residential area around there, and there have been a lot of concerns about oil and gas fields and the emissions and the health impacts from these fields. From other sites, I'm not saying, as you mentioned, there were no violations. So on that basis, I think we should give the public an option to be here and testify. If nobody shows up, that's at least we should give that. I think that opportunity should be availed, and we should wait till the regular variance. So, just purely on that, the public notified, I'm going to oppose the issue of the interim variance.
Did you? Okay, I find this a little bit difficult. I can see both sides of this, so I'd like to talk it through further. It is true, and I can say, let's just talk about we did receive, and the board as a whole did not actually hear the matter, but the decision is public, so I can discuss it. There was another company, Termo Company, and we all know that was on our hearing board calendar, but was taken off. But that company, when Signal Hill's turbine failed, that company did come in and request actually an ex parte relief right away, was granted that, and had on the calendar for this, I think the same day as Signal Hill did, a fully noticed short variance hearing. They took that off, and then the very same day filed for another ex parte variance relief based on the BTU issue. Now, at first, my first thought was, wait a minute, you just took off this noticed hearing, there's no way I'm going to grant ex parte relief, then understood it to be something completely different. I won't say completely different, because this is why I want to discuss this. In their minds, it was completely different, because they had filed this ex parte relief, they had a noticed hearing on calendar for the turbine having been shut down. But then they were notified by Signal Hill, now we're going to take your gas, you're back in. And so they took it off calendar. Then they heard about the BTU issue. And so based on that, I found that they met all the criteria, even though they had a noticed hearing and had taken it off, and that very day we're asking for ex parte relief. But you could also say, in that situation, it was different, because in that situation, they immediately filed when Signal Hill was shut down, and They took it off calendar because now it was all satisfied, and then the BTU thing came up and they didn't anticipate it. But in this, I don't know if it's the same. I'd like to hear what others have to think. I think Mr. Balagopalan doesn't believe it's the same because here, they could have also, all this time went by that they were out of compliance. They knew they were out of compliance. There was an NOV in November 5th, and still did not file. And then Signal Hill started taking gas streams, but pretty much the very next day or very soon after, similar to the Termo company, they stopped again, and this time for BTU, but it actually is related. Now we know it is related, seems to be, to the turbine issue. And so I don't know whether we want to, was it foreseeable? It may have been. It seems that it's a different issue, but it's all related to this breakdown, and SNC did not, at least at some point in late October, early November, think it was important to get relief. They didn't have relief, so it's not, I mean, Termo did and SNC didn't. But did they think it was important enough that they cannot now wait until January? Maybe, maybe not. They're going to remain shut in. It's a matter of penalties, really, I think.
I was going to add
Did you want to add?
I was just going to add the end result was still the same in both the breakdown of the turbine and the now with the high BTU rating, is that they are all the facilities they were producing and sending their gas to Signal Hill in violation, basically, because they're not able to send it to the. So in the first case, too, they were not able to send it. The tanks were not vented to a vapor recovery system. The situation, while it's different, why they're not accepting the gas, but the end result is still, in violation because they're not sending it to a vapor recovery system. So the end result is the same was in both. The situation that occurred earlier and recently is totally different. I agree.
So what you're looking at is the date being earlier than when this BTU issue arose. I'm not sure whether that's appropriate. I'm not sure, because there was a time where they didn't ask for that relief. They paid whatever penalties, presumably, I don't know. But if the district wished to enforce, the district could have enforced. There was an NOV, and they never asked for relief. But that situation ended. Then we have exhibit number 6, that on November 14th, they were just told, oh, okay, we're not accepting for these wells, which included the first 3. It was said in here that it was for greater than 1,500 BTU, but they did say that it's only going to be over the weekend, and then they say the following wells will be returned to system sometime next week. So in some ways, I don't know that it was reasonably anticipated that they would, as of today or as of November 20th when they filed, still be out of compliance, and why they should have at that point. Well, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta wanted to say something, and then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is also, was there a difference of communication between Signal Hill and Thermo? Thermo?
The other facility.
The other company that went off calendar.
Oh, I don't know.
That's the point. See, I don't know whether they had better communication with them than SC. It sounds like it could be. And the other testimony was that from Mr. Williams that it was also a moving target. That 2-week period could have been this date, and that it moved. And see, in all of that, I don't think SC was at fault in this case. I understand Mr. Malakapan's questioning that of the date that they could have filed earlier. However, if they were in question, they were given one direction and then it changed the 2 days and then it was possibly another 2 weeks. That's where I do find good cause, in other words, because I don't think that was their fault.
And I do want to just add to that, and then Mr. Balagopalan, I'm sorry. If we're following along with what I'm saying happened in the Termo case, which is all related because it's a very similar situation, even if they had filed earlier, for the first occurrence of being shut in and not accepting gas by Signal Hill, they probably would have taken their matter off calendar as well, because there was a moment in time, just like with Termo, where everything was back in business, and it doesn't seem that Signal Hill told anyone anything different until November 14th. And there is this history, whenever we're looking at whether a petitioner could have anticipated insufficient time to provide for public notice, or the circumstances leading could not have been avoided. I mean, Signal Hill has been either as Signal Hill or as their predecessor, which I wrote down somewhere and I don't recall what they were. Lomita Gas, have been for years, decades, taking this gas stream without really much of an issue. And so I'm not sure, I think it's very hard to have reasonably anticipated this much disruption. But you, Mr. Balagopalan, you want to?
When they got the notice of violation on November 11th, I think the testimony was they still weren't sure when Signal Hill is going to take their gas. It could have been another 2 weeks, could have been a longer period. So when they got the notice of violation, that should have been a red flag. Hey, we need to get a variance so we can continue to operate. So I think that was November 11th was very specific. I mean, for an occurrence that was ongoing, actually, the date of issue was November 11th, but at least November 11th, they knew, hey, we are in violation, and the district has issued a notice of violation. We probably should get protection and, get a variance and come. And so, because there is no evidence here saying that from Signal Hill saying, hey, we'll be back on November 14th, so he had some assurance, hey, within 3 days we'll be up and running. We didn't see that, so the facility was not aware how long they will be out of compliance, or when Signal Hill would fix the problem. But then when they got it back on, and then they had to shut it down again because of I understand what occurred. And I'm not saying that, I think the relief should be granted, but I think we should have a duly public notice so that we can hear from the public before we grant, so that you can fix the problem, or come up with, and give you time to come up with solutions to mitigate the issue that you have.
Go ahead. Yes.
I'm looking at the calendar, and that Monday, the 11th, was Veterans Day. Some companies were up and running, and some companies were not. Now, whether that had any implication and any effect on the fact that they didn't get that email until the 14th, which is 3 days later during the week, it would be possible that nothing started until the 12th.
May I interrupt here? I believe that the NOV is dated the 5th of November. 5th, not the 11th.
Oh, did I say 4th?
Yeah,
You said the 11th, but it's the 5th.
Yeah.
So that's what I was going off of.
Oh, sorry, it was the 5th. So,
In any case, but to be able to respond, I think there was an issue here on the ability to have enough time to figure out what was going on. They're getting a different signal from Signal Hill, and in trying to come back online, get everything up and running, and knowing how a company like that, you can't just do it, from one day to the next. It takes some time to do that, not just with manpower, but also with the equipment available. So I do find good cause because of the fact that I see all of these little stumbling blocks that were put in front of them. It's a possibility they could have notified us. They would have come off again. And that's hard to say. That's hard to say. But the other thing I did want to mention is that whatever options you have available to you, please explore them before you come before us again, so that we have a better idea of what is feasible and what is not feasible
Well,
economically.
if we get to the merits.
get to that point.
Then we would probably require that.
Thank you.
I was just going to say now that I'm corrected on the date, November 5th, so the 5th to the 14th, that was a period of 9 days, so.
Right, thank you. You turned off.
In regards to the public notice, and that's why we're here on this, at this time on this issue. You have an attorney of record representing your firm and the other firm as well, and therefore was aware of the time requirements to suggest that it's time to file to give public notice that you are filing. And that was not done timely. That being the case, you should have known by advice and counsel that it was time to file.
If I could interject.
Wait,
I wasn't retained until,
Oh, if you could clarify
I
that.
wasn't actually retained until November 19th after checking conflicts with Stoll Reeves. Just a point
That's
of
actually helpful.
information.
Thank you. But the question, I don't think that the evidence is that they weren't aware of the variance proceedings or, I think the question.
Just didn't file in time.
Let me, well, yeah, it depends on how we're looking at it. Let's, okay.
Let's look at it this
We have to determine how we're gonna look at this. Are we gonna look at this as two separate occurrences? One being the turbine went down at Signal Hill, and certainly for that variance, they filed way too late. First of all, it had already been remedied, okay? Or are we going to add that to this same occurrence, even though Signal Hill came up and were running again in between? And so, okay, I see that as two separate occurrences, but, okay, it depends on how you want to look at it. If you look at it as two separate occurrences, then the second one, was it then reasonable for them to anticipate that it was going to occur again? Given that Signal Hill was just down, they were down for a period of time, but looking at the overall understanding of the history, that it had not really gone down, this had not occurred before, they had not been shut in to this extent before, could they have reasonably anticipated that it would occur yet again? And I would just add to that, again, we can't take the facts of the Termo Company case into, that's not in the record. But what is in the record is the fact that they too did not reasonably anticipate. In fact, they pulled their noticed hearing off calendar, and the same day were then shut in again and then refiled for interim. So do we think that it was reasonable for them to anticipate or not anticipate that it would occur again? I think is the question.
No, I don't think they would have reasonably anticipated that the issue, the BTU, it looks like it was only on the November 14th that they were alerted on that. However, I think I still go back to, in November 5th, I'm sorry, when they got the notice of violation, they didn't know at what point Signal Hill is going to come back on. They didn't get any email saying, hey, we'll be back on the 14th or whatever. So they had a period of time where they were in violation, and they got a notice of violation, and I think that they should have sought, relief for that ongoing violations, regardless of what happened subsequently.
Understood, but that happened,
Right.
and they did not get relief. And so, and then there was an intervening event. The intervening event is that turbine breakdown was remedied, and they were back in business. So I think to punish them for not being able to get relief for that first event, I actually don't think it actually makes sense. I think we have to take it from the second event, unless we find that that was reasonably anticipated, which I don't see that it is, because Signal Hill was back in business. They didn't indicate to anyone. I haven't seen any evidence that anyone got any indication that BTU content was going to be, and composition was going to be an issue. And so I don't know that Signal Hill knew. We don't have any evidence that they did know. Clearly, another, I don't know what to call them, another company that uses Signal Hill's equipment just did not anticipate that they would go down again. So I actually don't think I would apply the 20/20 hindsight, and I don't think it reasonably could have been avoided. But that's not to change anyone else's mind, but.
No, no,
that's
I
my-
think you made a good, the point, so because the second event, if we separate that from the ongoing event that was going on, which is not venting to control system, I think if this was thermal, we would have easily found, because at least they filed and they pulled it out and then they filed again. So there was, they did due diligence and they did their, what they're supposed to do. But here, for whatever reason, had they filed and pulled it and filed again, then this would not be an issue, because we could have treated both as two separate events. So I'm kind of trying to combine them together, because the end result was still the not sending the emissions to a vapor recovery system, regardless of what the situation. It could be something. Again, the turbine, when it started up, could again, I guess that's when they found out the high BTU rating, but it could be other issues that they couldn't start up again, So I think the reasonably, the diligence, we had another company that did that, and, even though they took it out, and file again, but they did the right thing, so here, SNC, what?
We're closed, actually. We closed testimony, but thank you. And they didn't hire counsel until the 19th of November, but no, counsel's not necessary or required, is what I should say. It's a tough one. I think, let's go over the other good cause requirements, just so that, and then we can try to make a determination. Obviously, that they are in violation. They're in violation of a number of rules and conditions, because there are breathing emissions of the gas from the various facilities that, or at least two at this point, that are being vented to atmosphere, I should say, and they're not going to emission control device. The questions are whether or not the circumstances leading to the violation could reasonably have been avoided. We have discussed that and anticipated in sufficient time for public notice. Still an outstanding question. Diligence, I think, again, it depends upon when you're looking at it, but I think based on, if I'm looking at it as two separate events, and they were back in business with Signal Hill, and then on the 14th, they received this email in Exhibit 6 saying, we're taking you offline, but you're going to be back online. It says it when the weekend's over. It was reasonable to wait to file until the 18th. The 18th, they were still not online. They hired counsel on the 19th, and they filed on the 20th. So I would say, if you're looking at it as two separate events, it was diligent. And then a denial of the interim variance would result in an unreasonable and unavoidable adverse impact to petitioner. Again, they are subject to fines for every day that they are having the breathing losses, and they continue to be shut in. So it's not that they're making money on it. And so I think that would satisfy at least the good cause findings. I'm not saying anything with regard to the merits, because we haven't heard that yet. Any other thoughts before a motion is made? Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think also the fact that this email even occurred, it occurred because they did not have that information. They did not, the ones who had the information was Signal Hill, and they were notifying them at this point on the 14th. Had SC known about and anticipated that, there's no way I can see that they would have without this email and this notification. And the fact that, again, the target was moving, whether it was any company's fault or not, they still had to figure out how to respond to this. I also see it as two separate occasions. I can't not see it, especially when this email was sent. Otherwise, there would have been no reason to issue the email.
You know, and while you were talking, I was thinking also of another way to distinguish the two. One was there was a breakdown of the emission control system at Signal Hill, and rightly or wrongly for them, we don't know. We don't know what penalties might have been assessed, whatever. S&C made a decision. It will be up at some point, and we'll be back in business. Do we take the penalties? Do we look for a variance? Again, nothing could be really remedied through a variance. It would just be getting relief from penalties. This new issue is different because it means it's in all likelihood, they don't have a permanent place to put their gas. And now they need relief from that. So the first one occurred, the breakdown occurred, it's over, they never sought relief, they weren't timely because they never even sought it, and they have to pay whatever price they have to pay. This new one is a permanent issue, it sounds like, from which they are going to have to recover, and it's not temporary, and I don't think they could have foreseen it. And so for that reason, I see it as different. And if there's no other discussion, then I'll make a motion on. Yes, go ahead.
Emphasize, and again, the good cause is in absence of public notice, and whether the public, whether we should have the hearing and afford the public the opportunity to come and testify, and that's the issue I'm looking at. And while I shouldn't bring other, we've seen on the news and issues related to oil and gas spill, I'm not saying, this is a suspect area or there's problems in this area, but we have generally heard and the concerns about oil and gas fields and the public issues with being near schools and homes and the odors and the nuisances caused. So I think there are 5 wells now, 5 locations in neighborhood, that we don't know much about, and I think we should afford the public some opportunity, if any, to come in.
I should say only 4. The 5th one, the largest one, is in compliance.
4, yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Well, no, we are closed, but the request is for 4. Senator.
Good cause. You in violation, or you anticipate you'll be in violation. And that has happened from time to time where they anticipate they'll be in violation, so they file for variance. And then I get a phone call or they decided, well, now we're in compliance. That's the second operation. That's a notice for people who've been in business for a long period of time and understand what the process should be. And that being the case, like the other company, they get a shutdown, they shut in, they file. Then they notified us that they were in compliance. Then they wanted to solve the problem. In this particular case, it didn't happen like that. And if you got a policy that you want to adhere to, you can't vary as you enforce the policy. Because once you do it for one, you got to do it for all. And if any harm done during the time period when that happens to the public, emissions is there. They need an emission control system. They try to get one, and after the fact, they don't know where they stand in that regard. The testimony was, oh, I don't know yet, we're looking into it. That's a long time since they first noticed the problem. Those control systems are out there. And the emission control system.
Are you noting, so are you looking at it as two separate problems or as the same problem? So the Signal Hill breakdown occurred late October, ended sometime mid-November. Right thereafter, the problem of the BTU composition of the gas occurred. So are you looking at them as the same, as they should have come in anyway?
I think they should have come in.
Oh, I just want to understand what your thought was. Okay, it's sounding like we're split and divided, which is where I didn't want to be. So what I'm doing is trying to determine, we may need to take a short break, but I don't think any motion can pass. I'm going to attempt one. It sounds to me like it will fail. So let me attempt one. When it fails, because it sounds like it will, I think we're going to have to continue the hearing, or we're going to have to hear it again when we have a 5-member board, because we're not going to be able to, well, I'll have to determine what happens. Let me determine what happens. But first, let me attempt. Okay, in the matter of S&C Oil Company, Inc. and JP Resources, Inc., case number 6165-1, I move that we find good cause in the absence of notice to the public to hear this, that we find good cause to hear this matter in absence of notice to the public for the reasons stated by myself, I guess, since it's been very split. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Ms. Verdugo Peralta seconds that motion. Is there a discussion on the motion? Okay. You have discussion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm all about public notice. And I always think that in any case, regardless of timing, the public needs to know because they are affected and we're affecting their health. However, if I am to follow what it states in good cause and all of the items within good cause, I cannot see that this company could have anticipated. If that were not written in there, if it were not written about the taking of property, et cetera, I probably would not vote for this motion. However, because I am following this, and I do see them as two separate issues because the BTU issue is a significant issue that needed to be looked at and came up separately, I would vote no. But because of what I'm looking at and following, I wish there would have been some way to get notification to the public, but in this case, because of the lack of anticipation of the issue, that's why I'm voting for this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll call for a vote, and I'll start with Mr. Balagopalan. How do you vote?
No.
Mr. Balagopalan votes no. Senator, how do you vote?
No.
The senator votes no. So it's a tie vote. There is no, the motion fails. And I won't even call for an alternative motion because it will fail. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go off the record for a few minutes just to try to determine exactly what should happen. So we're off the record. Even though it says we're on a break, there we go. We're back on the record, and we have taken no action as a hearing board today, nor can we. The senator wanted to say something.
There was a motion that you did not get 3 votes.
Correct.
The motion failed to receive 3 votes, period. Therefore, it should be announced accordingly. The motion failed,
The motion failed.
okay? And if that's the case, I'll make another statement,
Okay.
but I don't want to do it in advance.
The motion did fail, and before you do, which I appreciate what you're going to say, I wanted to ask, just to ask if the district had any input on.
No, I'm trying, but I don't have any.
No, we don't either, and so I think what the senator is going to
Nice to vote.
suggest is probably our best option, Senator.
In that case, the motion failed, and I move that we have a reconsideration of the motion.
And
That's my motion,
and
to reconsider.
I'll second that. And I think even though we don't have in our hearing reconsideration, we have rehearing, which I don't think it needs to be reheard. But since it's been closed, what we would, so I'm going to second it, but just so we're clear on what this would mean. This would mean that today the motion failed. We were unable to find good cause to proceed today.
Right.
That is not going to change. We do have a 5th member of the hearing board, and the 5th member is not here today, but is capable of reviewing the webcam proceedings and receiving all of the material. And so I think the best way to handle it is to make a motion to reconsider it and place it on
Appropriate
another
way.
date. And we would reconsider it, the best date. The only thing is I'm concerned that our 5th member will not have adequate time to review, but we could either put it on the 10th, which is next Tuesday, or the 11th, where we already have 2 matters, including an interim variance, which, as we know, takes a very long time. And so there's a possibility we would not complete this matter. Although I don't believe, if we got past, the reconsideration itself would not take very long. And if we got past that, we would incorporate everything we've heard. So this would not take very long. I'm more inclined, before we finish this motion, I'm just going to ask if the parties are available on the 11th.
The 11th of December, yeah. See if I can get my phone open. It was draining very rapidly when I turned it off.
Oh. Ms.
The
Reckner?
11th, I would be free the 11th or the 10th.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm free the 11th. Are you, gentlemen?
Eleven looks fine.
Okay, one moment. Okay, so
Can I ask the chair what is there a particular section or rule that you're,
for reconsideration?
for reconsideration?
I was going to look, and that's what I said one moment. I was going to look, I know that there are allowable motions now under our new Rule 6 is any appropriate motion. However, that's any party may make any appropriate motions in any manner. That does not apply to the hearing board.
A motion to reconsider is always in order.
But a motion for reconsideration needs to be, and it needs to be based on evidence that was not.
Rehearing needs to be
Yeah.
based on, that's why I'm saying this is not for rehearing, and it's not based
The
on.
prevailing party can make a motion to reconsider.
There's no prevailing party here.
Well, I understand. The fact of the matter is that the motion failed, so therefore voting for the failure puts me prevailing.
I think the senator's course of action would be to consider the fact that the motion was made to find good cause and it failed for an inability to have a majority of three votes in favor.
So then,
The non-prevailing party, but we don't have any, could under, I suppose, under Rule 6.1.
But wouldn't that need to be based on,
Well, let's look at Rule 6. Yes, for rehearing, we have specific basis on which we can rehear. I'm going to turn to Rule 6 on motions. Allowable motions, parties may make appropriate motions in any matter. Timing is, motions should be made at the earliest feasible time to allow the hearing board to make a full and timely determination. The moving party bears the burden of proof on a motion. And then we have specific motions to dismiss or strike, just with regard to whole or part, and then an allowance for memorandum of points and authorities. Filing of moving and sporting papers, and that's it. So, and I'd like to hear from council on both sides if there are alternate views of this, but we have no rule to address, other than the fact that, well, let's go to, I want to go to findings and decision. No, effective date of decision. So this would be in Rule 7. Effective date of decision. The decision of the hearing board shall become effective on the concurring vote or 3 or more of its members. Actually, that would indicate that just because a motion failed does not mean it can be reconsidered. There is no decision to be reconsidered.
If you have another meeting before you get reconsideration, then it's dead. Next meeting you have is on the 10th, but if we ask for reconsideration prior thereto, then it's reconsidered for the 11th.
No, reconsideration is not a listed motion, but it would be a motion that could be made potentially under Rule 6. However, reconsideration of what?
right?
Now, if you look at Rule 7, which is effective date of decision, it states the decision of the hearing board shall become effective upon the concurring vote of 3 or more of its members. There is no decision to reconsider. So the board has made no decision. The board has not acted.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
What if, is it possible to withdraw the motion and then just rehear? Submit the
rehearing-
evidence and
rehearing
rehear
needs to
when we
be-
have the 5 members.
Rehearing requires evidence that was not available at the time of hearing. So if you look at,
I'm just concerned about the precedent
Yeah.
this will set by, and it's not anything about this matter specifically, but, we did move forward with a 4-member board and implicitly agreed to accept the findings of the 4-member board. So if we were now to say, oh, well, now we're just going to do this again, I mean, what does that open the door for? If, there's an alternate and we say, oh, well, we'd rather have had it with the regular member, I'm a little concerned about saying, well, now we're just going to have another vote, because we didn't like the results of this vote. It's concerning to me.
I do hear
This
that.
vote failed to get 3 votes. Fail, you're an attorney, you fail.
No,
No,
not under our rules.
Huh?
Not under our rules. Under our rules, there was no decision of the board to be reconsidered.
Decision, well, that's different motion. It failed to receive 3 votes, period. Is that true or false?
It's true, but there's no rule in there to define what that
If
means.
it failed,
Other than it's not a decision. We reached no decision.
Would it be appropriate to simply continue the hearing since no decision was rendered?
Yeah, but then are we going to just?
It's difficult to do because we closed the hearing.
Yeah, we closed the hearing and there
Hearing
was
was
a vote.
closed, deliberation was
Voted.
had, a vote was had as well.
Interesting.
I'm gonna I'm going to say that I am also concerned about the precedent that it sets. Again, I don't see a motion that can be made. Continuing the matter is not an option because we closed the hearing and because we had deliberation and because we had a motion and voting. It is not an option to reconsider a decision. There was no decision reached. And it is not, other than,
The decision was the motion failed to get 3 votes.
well, yeah, no, but there was no decision. I'm going to read it again.
It failed to get 3 votes.
That's not a decision of the board. That's a failure of a motion. Again, where is it? Sorry, effective date of decision. This is our rules. Rule 7B, effective date of decision. The decision of the hearing board shall become effective upon the concurring vote of 3 or more of its members. Since there was no concurring vote of 3 or more members, there is no decision of this board.
And what you should do is,
So there can be no reconsideration. I can open it up for another motion, and that motion,
fail, then you.
and that motion can also fail, and then
You make a
I think
motion.
we've exhausted what we can do, and then
you make
and
a
then the
motion.
board reached no decision. And the effect of that is that we will be back for a noticed hearing. Of course, it can always be refiled, but that's an option of the parties, and it would be a whole different issue.
So if it fails, then a motion to reconsider is in order.
It is not for my reading of the rules.
So the motion fails?
There is nothing to reconsider. I read a number of times the rule with regarding when we have reached decision. We have reached decision on the concurring vote of 3 or more of members. If we do not reach decision, there is nothing to reconsider.
If you switch your vote, then that's 3 votes no. And then you can ask reconsideration.
Okay, but I'm not going to do that because that's not my vote.
May I
Plus-
ask another question?
Yes.
Okay, the information that we were missing, in my view, was the cost. If we're looking for something to reconsider, I would have liked to have seen what the cost would have been to this company for them to go through the options that they had. And there was no cost to that because he didn't know, he hadn't gone that far.
That's not appropriate
So we
either.
can't even-
Rehearing is based not only on what wasn't presented, but what was not even available to present. So it has to be new found evidence that occurs after the date of hearing, something that,
After today's date.
that's correct.
Thank you.
So rehearing is not an option. So continuation is not an option, rehearing is not an option, reconsideration is not an option. I will leave it open since we haven't closed the hearing. If there's another motion that someone wishes to make another motion, and we could see if it fails or passes. And then after that, I believe we have to take no action as a board. So I'll ask if anyone wishes to make a motion. Okay, no one else wishes to make a motion. So based on my reading of the rules of the hearing board, since we reached no decision, we take no action as of today. And the next time we would hear this matter would be on the noticed January 8th. Mr. Tether.
I forgot what I was going to say. One thing, yeah, if the 2 additional leases, Moore and Douglas, go out of vapor recovery, then that's a new event and we could apply for an emergency ex parte variance. But then I don't know if we'd get it because we have this expectation with regard to gas quality.
I would not, as the chair, would not prejudge any.
No, of course not.
I will not prejudge. And all I can say is what I think through a lot of agonizing, I think we've come to the conclusion that when there's a tie vote and we've proceeded, and we cannot reach a concurrence of 3 votes, we take no action, and then we move forward from there. What the parties do after the hearing is up for the parties to do.
One thing I would suggest is we probably need to schedule a hearing. Well, you had suggested that I needed to submit a new petition for Moore and Douglas, although that would have occurred within the context of the merits hearing today.
Then what you need to do is just, as we would with any matter, amend the petition.
And submit it so that a regular or whatever can be scheduled
That's correct.
from that time. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, thank you all for the hearing. And is there any other business, board members, before we adjourn? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okey dokey. I don't know if there's any
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any, I'm not aware of any enforcement action that they've taken at this point, but, we could talk about it, but by the time we were to work through it, probably variance. Anyway, you know, because then we're getting into the holidays, it'd be hard to schedule something then, and then we're right into the new year, so. I don't know that that's, but I mean, we can look at it, we can definitely talk about it. I'm not saying no, I'm just thinking that, I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Maybe not.